So my live stream was interrupted. My battery died on the previous one. So I'm going to finish his 1 hour and 47-minute video audio that was on the Lamar Wilson page. I'm going to finish that. I backed it up by a couple minutes to where I think my computer died. We're documenting. We have to get everything documented.
That me and John Manley, that there was a situation with me and John Manley today. I can't speak from their end, but I can speak from my end. My heart posture is good. Moving past all of that stuff. Just letting them know, look, I'm trying to move forward. The story is started. Parts of the story is still a part of my testimony. In Revelations 12:11 teaches us is you defeat them by the words of your testimony, meaning these demons and these people who are trying to persecute me. But at the end of the day, I'm going to tell my testimony. But I'm not trying to get anybody locked up or this or that, whatever they think that I'm trying to do. But it's chess, not checkers. At the end of the day, we all know, I don't know, a lot of people know Brett Hankerson is one of the most powerful people in the country. He is, but he's not more powerful than me. And they found that out the hard way. And so Brett Hankerson is running Louisville and has all the politicians from Andy Beshear all the way down to rest in peace Mitch McConnell, all the way down to our local government. He has them under control, and they do whatever he say do. But at the end of the day, Kendrick Wilson has his own power. Kendrick Wilson has billionaires that he go out to eat with one-on-one. I bet that they've seen me locally. Y'all don't even know these people are billionaires in Louisville. Eating one-on-one dinners with billionaires, people who own skyscrapers, who come to Louisville and take me out to eat. They know that. They're trying to figure out what's going on with that. Well, what's going on with that is God is good. That's what's going on with that. And he ain't done with me yet. And I'm sorry that he used me as the instrument to expose the sick corruption that was going on in this city. He used me as the instrument to usher it into the light because he can't lie. And it's written in his holy Bible that the things that are done into the dark will be ushered into the light. And I was an instrument to usher some of the things that was going on in that Breonna Taylor situation and other things throughout the city. I ushered it into the light. And then there was other cats all throughout the city that could take the information that I was given, and they put two and two together what was going on within their own circles in their own hood, and certain people got exposed. And now people hate me for that. It's not my fault that y'all was in bed with the police. Y'all should have never entered the drug game and been in bed with the police. Real ones don't respect that. We know that's what, cartels, certain cartels, not all, but certain cartels and stuff do that. They got police and all that on their team. It's cool to have a police on your team, but don't be having a police on your team where you got him built in on a drug trade and you get money and you having people knocked off and all that through a badge. That's not about nothing. If you got a police on your team that's giving you some information on, this and that, pulling something out of the computer and showing you that, that's cool. But when you're getting money with a police and you selling bricks and doing this and you having people knocked off through somebody with a badge, I can't respect that. I can't respect that. And shout out to my family, man, my blood, man. I know y'all ain't seen me. I know y'all, my brothers and my sisters, I know y'all ain't seen me. But listen, y'all, I'm trying to get my rest, and I'm with my dudes right now. I'm with my people who I know going, you feel me? So at the end of the day, I love y'all. I'll be around when it's time to be around. But at the end of the day, I got to get my rest. And shout out to all the strangers who hit my cash app, because it's crazy. It's the people who claim that they know you and love you the most, they send you nothing. But the strangers, man, y'all are blessing my cash app, and I ask y'all to continue to bless my cash app. Matter of fact, let me put my cash app on here. I don't even know how you do it. Let me see. There's my cash app. Continue to bless, because this is key, man, because y'all understand what y'all doing for others, man. It ain't just about me, man. I'm spreading this out. But we need this right now, because I can't touch nothing that I got going on right now. I did a little test and reached out to a person, and they was all over. I can't mess with my money's all jammed up right now. But I got plenty of wealth in heaven, though, so God is good. So I know he's going to continue to use y'all to bless me, because my wealth is in heaven. Plenty of it, unlimited. But I ask y'all to bless my cash app, and shout out to the strangers, because guess what? It's not the friends and family that are keeping my cash app up, and it's the strangers, the people that I don't know. And then my day ones that I grew up out in Middletown. Shout out to them, because they most definitely are blessing the cash app, and y'all know who y'all are. I love y'all and I appreciate y'all forever. Shout out to Middletown, man. Shout out to Middletown, man. Southwick niggas, y'all need to get y'all money up, man. Y'all need to get y'all money up and go on and bless little Kendrick, one of Southwick's fans, you hear me? Because I don't see none of y'all on the cash out. But shout out to Middletown, and I appreciate y'all and I love y'all. Shout out to Berrytown, man. I ain't seen nobody from Berrytown bless the cash app either, so I ain't gonna tell y'all get y'all money up because y'all money dumb long out there, but y'all need to definitely bless the cash app, man. I definitely need to bless the cash app. But I love y'all and I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna get off here. Hold on, let me see how you do this. I don't even know how to work this stuff no more, y'all. I don't even know how to work it no more. Yep, that's the cash app right there, y'all. That's the cash app. I appreciate y'all and I love y'all. But as of right now, it's rumor. I haven't heard from no law enforcement or any of that because, like I said, I've been off the grid. I got a court date on the 24th. It's rumored that I got a warrant and I got to go back to jail because I'm on social media. And Judge Christopher Cohine put out a order saying I can't be on the internet.
And that's a violation of his First Amendment rights, regardless if he knows about it or not. It's
and I want y'all
unlawful.
To know this judge is on my case, not to bring up the Breonna Taylor situation, but I want y'all to know something. It's very important. The judge on my case, Judge Christopher Cohine, why is it that he is the same person that was a part of Andy Beshear's prosecutor, what's it called? Prosecutor, I got jail brain right now, y'all. What's it called? Advisory Council, PAC. Judge Christopher Cohine was on the PAC, which is the Prosecutor Advisory Council. And so back in 2020, when Daniel Cameron was doing all that shady work on the evidence that I have, accumulate with Sam Aguilar for the Breonna Taylor situation, Miss Tamika Palmer, Breonna's mother, she called Daniel Cameron out respectfully and said that she wanted him to be removed. So when she said that she wanted him to be removed, they had to go to, because he wasn't doing right by the case and presenting the right evidence, the correct evidence to the grand jurors, Miss Tamika Palmer then put together a petition/motion. Now when she did this, I want y'all to Google the story. When she did this, it was the PAC who had to make a decision on if they had the power to replace Daniel Cameron with a different special prosecutor. So when she did this, it was Judge Christopher Cohine, y'all, who came out and was the spokesperson for the PAC, and he said, we don't have the power to replace Daniel Cameron on the Breonna Taylor case as far as being the special prosecutor. It was Christopher Cohine, y'all. How is it that judge is now over? He was a prosecutor at the time, but now he's a judge, and now he's residing over my case, y'all, and been screwing me for 2-3 years. He took over my case on April 20th, 2023, and ever since that moment, he ain't done nothing but falsify contempt of court charges and falsify jail time. I haven't been convicted of nothing, but they got all type of lies and all that stuff in the computer, and they will not give me a copy of all my courtroom procedures, because y'all know me. I'm going to stream and show all the corruption straight from the courtroom. Y'all won't see it. I ain't going to have to say nothing but break it down, and they scared of me now, y'all, because Christopher Cohine is a Klansman. He's a Klansman, real good Klansman out of Simpson County, Kentucky. He's a Klansman. And there's a lot of there's a lot of high, powerful people that came out of Simpson County, Kentucky. Like the Chauvin family. You go look at Stan Chauvin Sr. Leonard Chauvin Sr. came out of who? Simpson County, y'all. There's something going on down there in Simpson County, y'all. But Judge Christopher Cohine out of Simpson County, y'all, who is a judge over the Warren County area, y'all, is now residing over my case. Now check this out, y'all. I find it weird that he's also the judge in the Sean Mickey Steins case right now, where Sean Mickey Steins allegedly walked in I ain't going to say allegedly because he admits to doing it. He went into the judge's chamber back in 2024, I believe it was, and killed that judge. And my judge is over that case too. So we know that my judge is like very, very high ranking in the Ku Klux Klan, y'all. And they bring him in to cover up any and everything that's going to expose their secrets, like human trafficking, child pedophilia, Kendrick Wilson, the situation with the Breonna Taylor case. Because whether y'all choose to believe it or not, and Donald J. Trump, our president, knows this, y'all. And he's putting together a game plan to do something about it. But he knows these people in Kentucky are super corrupt. Now, I'm not saying Donald Trump is my friend or anything, but I will say this. An enemy of my enemy is at least my ally. And Donald J. Trump does not like these people here in Kentucky, these politicians, on the Democrat side or the Republican side. Now, he's a politician, so he pays a politic, but he does not mess with these people here in Kentucky. And I believe he is putting together a game plan to get these people taken care of and get put in jail. And eventually, this is going to turn into a federal city because it's that corrupt here. And I believe when J.D. Vance was here a few days ago, about a week ago, I think he came in town on my behalf, y'all. And I think there was meetings and stuff that took place. I know a lot of people say, oh, it's for Mitch McConnell. I seriously think he came to town on my behalf because I was trending in other countries for the stuff that I had put on the internet through the jail phone about 3 weeks ago, y'all, that they've already erased. But look, I love y'all. I ask y'all to keep blessing and cash out. Hopefully I'll see y'all soon, man. But Louisville's a very, very dangerous city. But me, I'll be outside, y'all. Y'all want to see me hiding and running, but right now I'm just trying to get my rest. I'm trying to allow the Lord Jesus Christ to order my steps. I'm trying to get back on my dean because y'all know I've been a little frustrated the last couple hours. But I'm going to get back on my dean, give my Lord and Savior some. I got to get back to my girl. She ain't even got to see me. I got to call her and give her some loving, talk to her. Because I haven't even been talking to her, y'all. I've been off the grid. No phone, no nothing. I've been letting my team do all the talking. So, on that note, y'all, I appreciate it. On that note, y'all, I love y'all. The homies just cooked me a plate just now, brought me some good chicken. I'm going to eat this, y'all. I love y'all so much. I'm in good hands, y'all. I'm in people that's going to do what, I'm around people that's going to do whatever for me. And we got a whole perimeter set up. Watching everything. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
Tell Kendrick to call me.
At the same time, we prepare for whatever, y'all.
Y'all good people.
So on that note, man,
don't be keeping him from me. I need to talk to him. It's urgent. It involves my safety.
To the East End, the EST hoods, Newburgh, prayers for Berrytown, prayers for Southside, Fullside.
I don't know if it's going to sound good.
Blocks. Prayers for the white boys. I heard y'all got some games going on now. Prayers for the Mexicans. Prayers for the, it's something called Bonduki out there, the Africans. Prayers for y'all, man. Prayers for the church. Prayers for the Ku Klux Klan. Prayers for the nation, y'all, the local government. Prayers for Mitch McConnell's family. I know y'all hurting. Despite what's going on politically and politician, y'all still a family. I know y'all hurting. Rest in peace, Mitch McConnell. At the end of the day, man, prayers for all of y'all, y'all family, anybody that's going through something, somebody that's lost out there, just know that Jesus Christ came in the form of a man to this world for you, the one that's lost. He came for the lost. And just put your trust and cast your burdens and give it to him. And if you don't know how to do it, keep watching me. I'm going to teach you how to do it. God is good. Keep your faith up. All things are possible to those that believe. And I thank God that I'm free. And I ask all of y'all to continue to bless that cash out, please, because the Lord said it's this simple. Ask and you shall have. Ask and you shall have. And he can't lie. And y'all proving him right again. Keep blessing the cash out. Thank y'all so much. And when the time is right, I definitely am going to pour back into my community in a way that y'all know about. Because a lot of things that I do, y'all don't know about. I don't got my name on it. And that's for a reason. But just know this, when the time is right, we going to cultivate Louisville and we going to get it back on track. You got all these preachers out here talking about it's the end of the world. Let them speak that for their community and they sins. But for Louisville, Kentucky, we about to tap into our Genesis. It's not the end of the world. Genesis represents the beginning.
We are ground zero.
Faith, like I got faith, you can get trapped in your Genesis.
We are ground zero.
Meaning that you can live eternal life. But you got to be obedient. Be obedient. He said, I desire obedience more than sacrifice. And so all those preachers that's preaching the end of the world and all that stuff, that's because they in their revelations. And they speaking to people who are in their revelations, people who live by the sacrifice system, and people who are not obedient. But for me in my city, I'm going to teach my city how to be obedient. Meaning we about to be trapped in our Genesis. Meaning all those other books of the Bible and all that long story, it ain't even going to matter. Only thing that's going to matter is Genesis. And that's the first chapter. After that, nothing else matters because we're going to be obedient. You hear me? I mean, they didn't even have us ask us to do much. But we're going to get into some teachings and some studying soon. But right now, I got to focus on beating my cases. And I ask y'all to please keep hitting that cash out. I got a lot of hands and stuff I'm feeding y'all, and I can't get to my bags. So I ask y'all to please keep feeding that cash out. In Jesus' name, I love y'all and prayers for everyone.
All right, so that was the 2-hour live stream from earlier this morning, late last night, early this morning. I wanted to get it before they deleted it so that I have my own copy and all my devices are full, so we're live streaming. So while we're doing all that, I'm going to keep providing you with more information that's relevant and, like I said, in kind of reverse order. But we're going to back up to 11/30 of 2022 just to see another example of a court hearing where Kendrick tried to simply be heard by the judge, a different judge. But these are the kinds of things that have happened to him. He was talking to you about on some of those earlier calls. So watch this video.
Also, you removed me from my mental question, you never addressed the mental question. It's clearly that there is a situation where there's a mental. You asked me, man. Hey, shit to you. Yeah. I ain't did shit to you. Quick truck, link. I ain't did shit to him. Make sure you watch it closely. Make sure you watch it closely. I ain't done shit. I'm watching it. Motherfuckers is all clansmen. Fucking clansmen. Put your arm up. My arm is up. Ain't nobody resisted nothing. Fucking punk ass racist motherfuckers. Very good. I used to Girl Scout. Always good. Fucking straight racist cowards. Been waiting to put your hands on me. Been double up. Fucking punk motherfuckers. All this shit for nothing. Scary motherfuckers. Now he's trying to break my wrist. You see that face? See what he's doing? Trying to break my fucking wrist. Going towards space. Get him out of it.
All right, I've let it play again because I want you to see he pinches him under his arm. He's patting him on the shoulder to get him to get off, even though the case is still being heard. Pinched him under his arm, thrown to the floor by 8 officers. Never swung or did anything other than just try to stay in front of the microphone during his hearing. So this has been going on for almost off and on for 5 years. 5 years that he's been denied courtroom hearings, and these are the kinds of things that happen to him when they do let him speak. They don't let him be heard. They really don't let him be heard. So I shared that because it was, even though it was from 2022, it was relevant to the hearing that was just hijacked on Thursday morning. And also, now we're going to go back to some of the more recent things. I want to play for you an audio recording of a call that I had with him on the 14th, which was still less than a week ago. I'm going to start right here when he calls me back. He was telling me about Miss Chavan, the mother that was his caseworker. She's now in her 80s, but her son is a judge and a lawyer, and her husband was a judge before he passed, and he was the president of the National Bar Association before that, which is what Lanita Baker has been appointed to or awarded for her excellent service. So I'm going to just kind of pick up. There we go.
Okay. But yesterday I called her, and I just wanted to make a point, because every time I call her, I make points. And so I called her, and I said, Miss Chavan, because you remember that little baby girl, Trinity, that got killed?
No.
She's like 3 years old. A guy allegedly went in her apartment, killed her and her father. The little baby girl, her name was Trinity. You have to look that story up.
Okay.
This is in like 2022.
Okay.
He went to an apartment allegedly and killed her and the dad, little baby girl, and she's in here with me right now, right? And so Judge McKay Chavan was over his case, and he had already been on HIV before, cut his ankle bracelet back in 2015, and then went and shot somebody and was charged with attempted murder allegedly on that situation. And then come 2022, he's charged with murder of 2 people, and McKay Chavan was the judge, and he his bond was $1 million. Then he dropped it down to $300,000. And when she dropped it down to $300,000, the guy got out, but then got caught with a gun and came back in here or whatever, right? And make a long story short, he got sentenced, but now he's back in Louisville jail because he's appealing this case. And from what I'm hearing, he's ready to get out. Now, I wasn't there. I ain't saying if he was guilty or not, but he was found guilty, right? So here's my thing. I was pointing out to Mr. Van. I said, how is it that the guy that McKay was the judge over is in this jail with me right now, and he's about to go to the gym and get his hair cut, and he got 2 counts of murder, but I'm not allowed to do shit. I said, what is going on around here? And then I started pointing out some other McKay's other cases and stuff like that, other injustices and cases that are going on in here, to where these guys, I know these guys, I know who they are, they're allowed to walk around in this jail, have freedom and all that, but I'm not allowed to. And then on top of that, I pointed out to her the fact that these Cuban dudes have ICE holds on them, and they're not American citizens, but they sit outside my door and watch me, and now throwing shit on me, and then she gonna say, well, Kendrick, it's because of the Julia stuff, and I cut her off. You know I'm quick to cut somebody off. I know, especially when you're wrong. I said, well, no. I said, Michigan, no, I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm not gonna do that. So I cut off, and she was like, I was like, Mr. Van, and she was like, no, it's because of what you did to Julia, and the fact that you was doing all that stuff at Bullitt County. I said, Mr. Van, first of all, that was 3 years ago when I was at Bullitt County, and I ain't been in trouble since. And on top of that, I ain't been found guilty. Those are accusations, and I served my punishment, and I ain't even been found guilty. And I said, Mr. Van, again, as far as the Julia situation, you was not there. And last time I checked, those cases got dismissed because they know that I proved that she was lying. So on top of that, I said, I would like for you to quit bringing me up and accuse me of that, because you only feel the way you feel about that situation because you're a whole white woman. She was like, well, I seen the marks on her neck. I don't give a fuck what you seen. What you did not see is me do any of that. And at the end of the day, what you did see is that girl pick out a house in Bullitt County when her son had nowhere to stay. And I said, go pick out a house. She picked out a house, and I bought it with my own fucking money. Do you really think that I'm that goddamn stupid as a black man to let a white woman go pick out a house in Bullitt County so I can go out there and beat on her? Like, use your fucking head. I was set up.
For sure. Whoa.
Like, don't get it twisted, and I'm not being disrespectful, but I was this close to calling her a bitch, because that's how angry I am. Like, bitch, do not fucking accuse me. Bitch, you was not there. Your whole family is embedded in the law. Your husband, rest in peace, been saying, God bless you. I know you're in heaven looking down, trying to correct all of this shit, but your husband was a whole goddamn judge. Your daughter was a whole goddamn attorney until she got caught up stealing goddamn money. Do you want to talk about that? Your husband got accused of stealing $55,000. Your sons and shit are caught up in some shit. And last time I checked, no matter what they caught up in, they are innocent until proven guilty. So if that is for your family's been accused of a bunch of shit. Does that mean that they're guilty? So if it's innocent until proven guilty, then why the fuck do you keep putting guilt on me when you ain't seen no evidence and I've never been found guilty of any of that? It's because you're a white woman. So I'm correct when I say that. You're only saying what you're saying because you're a white woman. I'm a black kid that you watched grow up since 6 fucking years old. You know me. Yes, I have fucking anger issues with people who fuck with me and put their hands on me and make fun of me because I was poor and they was all rich out in Middletown and put their hands on me. Yes, I'll punch them in their goddamn mouth when I was a kid. Making fun of my mama that I watched get brutally raped at 6 years old. Mama jokes up real sensitive with me when I was that age, seeing what happened to my mama. Yes, I would punch them. But what y'all didn't see, and what's not on record, and it's not gonna be on record, is I ain't never put my motherfucking hands on women for a living. Ain't no accusations of any of my foster sisters, and I had plenty. Any of my real sisters, and I had 2. Any of my stepsisters, and I had like 8. Because my daddy was with other women who had kids. None of them, and you ain't got it. It's nowhere in life. Nobody I ever worked with, no woman has said he's put his hands on me. So why the fuck are you believing Julia? Who's done got multiple dudes before me arrested for domestic
because that's her specialty.
White woman.
Right. They're all actors. No, they're all actors. I just made a post about Central Casting. Trump is slipping up all the time and saying we'll have to check with Central Casting, forgetting that he's on camera. It's such a fucking show.
He's not. Listen, Shay, I'm going to tell you one last time. It's not slipping up. He's doing it purposely. He don't give a fuck. He's doing it because he realized he's the target. So since he's the target, he's like, all right, I'll be the target. But listen, I'm gonna lead them to what it really is. And I'm going to make y'all think that I'm involved with it, but I'm not.
Okay.
But y'all only gonna look into it because y'all think he's involved in it. Trump is
He's
the
enriching
fucking enemy
himself.
of Kentucky, Shay.
Absolutely.
He's the one who's bringing this shit down.
Absolutely.
Listen.
Oh, you're saying the senator class.
If you enemies with my enemy, that don't make us friends, but it at least make us allies.
Right.
Trump don't fuck with Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, or none of this corrupt crooked shit. The reason why he put the play down and did what he did and went to where he can get the presidency 4 years later is because when he found out that Kentucky was as corrupt as they was and that Breonna shit was as corrupt as they was, if he would have did the proper investigation and did what he was supposed to do, the rabbit hole would have been too deep and it would have called for the fans to come over here and take it over. He didn't have that plan in place yet. Now they got that plan in place. Absolutely. And they're about to come in and lock in all these people up, and this is going to go to a federal state. A temporary federal state and possibly permanent. And he's going to do what John Milton, look up his name, John Milton and Oliver Cromwell was trying to do, which was take over the Commonwealth, the free and ready Commonwealth. Trump is going to take this motherfucker over. It's war. It's called political war. And he's going to take it over.
All right, I feel it. It's in the air. I mentioned that yesterday when we talked.
Trump is on our side. I strongly believe. Call me crazy if you want to, and I'll put this on record. I think Davey Vance came the other day because it's me.
When you say our side, I still feel like there's two sides to the devil, and then the rest of us. And I don't think that means they're on our side just because they're against the corruption. That's great they're against the corruption, but they need the right people in their ears. They need the right people in their ears because they don't know. They don't know shit.
The Bible said if Satan fights against Satan, the house cannot fall. It'll end up falling. So at the end of the day, however you want to look at it, just know that God's using Donald Trump, our president, that I have respect for. I think he's the coolest fucking president ever. When he did that UFC fight at the White House, I thought that was a shit. It was far out beautiful. Go fucking Trump. At the end of the day, he is pulling this corrupt shit down. No matter if you like how he's doing it or not, he's the one. He called Joe Biden Sleepy Joe, because guess what? When Joe Biden became president, everybody forgot about the racism and the Breonna Taylor case and went right to sleep. All the tension died down. Now, Trump's back president, everybody's waking up again. It's starting to be rumblings about this, and that. He's doing it intentionally and purposely because, first of all, he's going to live his life. He's 80 plus years old. He realized, accuse me what you want, but I might die here in the next 10 to 15 years, but guess what? I'm going to die as the person that when it's all said and done, they're going to realize I'm the reason all this shit got exposed. He's the biggest instrument because he's the head of the state. All of us are instruments. Me, you, everybody. We all instruments, but he's the biggest one. He's the head of the state.
I don't see him being that brilliant, but maybe you're right.
I do. He's been that brilliant. And I'll tell you that. I track this shit. From NFL, who's a racist entity, and all these major business corporations here in the United States, they all racist entities and corporations. They kept that man out his whole life. They would never let that man in. They would never let him in. So guess what he did? He went and partnered up with people like Tupac Shakur, rappers and all that. See, he got all the rappers like Jay-Z and people like that and making you think that they're beefing. They're not really beefing. They're business partners. Because good news and negative news is all publicity. Right. And so these rappers and stuff, they acting like they hate Trump. No, go back and track the business records and the moves. He's the one who was funding them back in that day. And Tupac Shakur, look it up on YouTube. Tupac Shakur predicted in like 1994. He said Donald Trump will be president. Him and Tupac was friends. Donald Trump he's the most mentioned white person name in the history of rap music. And this is before he ever became president. He's always supported the black man. And guess what? If you look into his businesses and his payroll, he's always had the Hispanics. He's always looked out for them. The war is not against the black man or the Hispanics. That's the picture that he's painting so he can continue to get the dumb white people's vote. Because you need the dumb white people's vote to continue to be president. Hispanic. Trump's doing this shit the right way. Go look at the records.
All right, yeah,
Look at
no,
the records.
you make some good points, and it really brings back the whole Chauvin connection. You know, it's going to
No,
hurt.
they fucking Klansmen.
It's going to hurt.
They
But
fucking
they're going to
Klansmen.
see it. They're not going to get into heaven.
They fucking Klansmen, Shay. And I'm sick of it. I don't give a fuck what they do for me. And I love them. And I tell them I love them. And if that woman passed away, she's the most influential woman in my life outside my mom and my grandma. I love that woman with all my heart. I love McKay. McKay is a fucking brother to me. Like, I love McKay. I learned so much through McKay. So much, you hear me? But at the end of the day, I am Kendrick Lamar motherfucking Wilson, and I call spades spades. I will look myself in the eye and tell myself, you an honorary motherfucker if I was an honorary motherfucker. I call spades spades. I cannot hide the fact that these people are real Klansmen and they come from the bloodline of Klansmen. That's what the original police was. It was a Ku Klux Klan party, the Democratic Party, and y'all family and y'all bloodline, like y'all the truest of the true Klans. Y'all never changed. Some people switched to try to disguise it. Y'all didn't. Y'all roots go all the way back to the beginning. Y'all been Klansmen.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and so this whole Berrytown thing is interesting.
I told you. Shit's super interesting, ain't it?
Yeah, so Sam's family still has some acreage, but the city's trying to
I'm
take
gonna
it
stop
through,
here
eminent domain. Did you
because
get
I
that from him?
don't want to hurt
I'll get
their
into all that, 'cause
effort.
like I said, I got my own out of so much going on. But
Yeah.
I know that like I see, I made my money off a guy out there who used to own those apartments. I made a lot of money
All right,
off him.
I'm gonna let it go.
When I was younger, in high school and shit, like when I was pushing weed and shit, like there was a guy, but the ass family line, his name is Jump.
Okay, I am gonna pause it. I'm gonna pause it.
What I am going to do is now pick up with the Trump speech, because he talked about Trump and McConnell, RIP. So maybe Kendrick knows he's dead. Maybe Kendrick knows, because they're not telling us. But in particular, the Chinese election fraud and the fact that Mitch's wife was a Chinese high-ranking diplomat, and she met with the vice president of China, which is no small task or connection herself in between after he was hospitalized and when he has been moved. If he's been moved, some of us think he's been moved. I think he's been moved. But anyway, a lot of Democrats in particular are telling you that here he goes again with election fraud and rigging elections, etc., etc. Me and some other excommunicated Democrats, as well as independents and Republicans, have been knowing that the Democrats are rigging their own internal primaries. So this is not a lie. And it could, in fact, be that now that Mitch is dead, Donald is moving in for the kill. And that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to save us, but at least he's going to take out our captor. But we need to be aware and vigilant, because it could be very devastating and detrimental if we're not. So let me play his speech again, because a lot of people didn't watch it and others are just poo-pooing it. So I'm not a big Trump fan. Most of you already know that, but there are some things that he said in here that are true. So listen to him, hear him out. Don't shoot the messenger just because you don't like him.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18 they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking exploitation and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you. The American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, The strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. President and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. President to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bag. But the findings are stunning. Today I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026, This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls. And yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody. And it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to swap that out with a couple more things and a little commentary because sometimes I need to remind you why these are relevant because there's a lot of things that are being talked about. I called the video I made of Kendrick, Disclosure Day, because it was the same day as Trump's speech, and we knew Trump would be disclosing something, we just didn't know what. And they also are releasing UAP files and classified CIA files about spying and MK Ultra and UAPs and non-human intelligence, and they may all seem all over the place, but I can assure you they're all related. We have to pay attention because it has to do with the technology, it has to do with why they're unaliving people, it has to do with secret sacrificial rituals and cabals and Epsteins and Israel and China, as he mentioned, and China is how it gets close to home. There's a man named French Church who was born 102 years ago on my birthday coming up, and he was the last Democrat to serve as a senator from Idaho. But at the bottom of this Wikipedia page, which is what was brought to my attention that I want to share with you and how it all relates, is this warning about the NSA. Church was stunned by what the Church Committee learned about the immense operations and electronic monitoring capabilities of the National Security Agency, an agency whose existence was unknown to most Americans at the time. Church stated in 1975, that capability at any time could be turned around on the American people, and no American would have any privacy left. Such is the capability to monitor everything, telephone conversations, telegrams, it doesn't matter. There would be no place to hide. He is widely quoted as also stating regarding the NSA, I don't want to see this country ever go across the bridge. I know the capacity that is there to make tyranny total in America, and we must see to it that this agency and all agencies that possess this technology operate within the law and under proper suspension, so that we never cross over that abyss. That is the abyss from which there is no return. Commentators also, such as Glenn Greenwald, have praised Church for his prescient warning regarding this turning around by the NSA to monitor the American people, arguing that the NSA undertook such a turn in the years after the 9/11 attacks. Now, we've got AI data centers that are much more expansive than what is necessary for just the ChatGPT technology that people are using. So obviously they're planning on mass surveillance with the flock cameras and the things that they're doing to us. And Louisville, Kentucky really is ground zero, because especially since Mitch McConnell's passing. And two other things I want to do for you. I'm going to play this audio because in the Trump, and then I'm going to start this video. In the Trump speech, I'll go ahead and pull it up so all I have to do is hit play. All right, we're going to get that volume going. In Trump's speech, he mentioned shadow governments, and then I want to play for you something. We're going to go back to Kendrick for a minute and talk about one of the calls that he shared with me recently that also makes mention of a shadow government, basically. A shadow public defender is assigned to his case. So in addition to, let's make sure I got my volume up. In addition to Duncan Varda, he's got somebody handling him because he wasn't doing a very good job. Hold on, let me back it up. Oh, what am I doing? That's not. Oh, that's not it. That was a screenshot. Maybe. Here we go. Okay, good. Come on. I'm trying to just turn the volume up. Sorry, guys. Alright, let me do this.
Really wanted to fuck his world up because he'd been damaging my name or saying shit. Right. And so I got her like super fired up. And it's crazy if you get on Facebook and you go to like
Real quick, this is Christian Mangione. I'm going to have to look up for sure who he is, but I know Kendrick has mentioned him before, and he's referring to a judge, that he got a judge to do something by making her feel like she was going to look weak if she didn't. So just listen up to what he says next.
Sounds like people are just losing respect for you. You know about the judge? Yeah. Okay. So she finally, she sends, like, she calls in every favor she has. She sends out the Louisville police, Bullitt County police, ATF, fucking FBI, like, over, like, 100 cars. And they got his place surrounded with guns. Wow. So they take him into custody or whatever. So I used to just do Jefferson County cases, but Bullitt County ended up hiring a few prosecutors that I had hookups with and appointed a judge that I knew. So I started going, and Bullitt County's not that much further, to drive. Yeah. So I started going to Bullitt County for cases too. Became friends with the Commonwealth attorney out there, good guy named Bailey Taylor. So this Kendrick's been in custody, and he's a fucking nut. Like, he's lost his mind. Like, since he's been in custody, just so you know, so Judge Rodney Burris, who's a circuit court judge, gave him, on different cases, gave him 2 years for contempt of court. Now, keep in mind, he had four felony cases pending that hadn't even started yet. He's still doing contempt of court time right now. Yeah. And so then, here's the part I didn't tell you when I said a judge can do what they want. Dude, he came out one day all crazy, and it's on fucking, you couldn't find it. He fucking spit at the judge. So judge added another year for contempt and another felony charge. Yeah. Then he got in a fight with one of the sheriff's trying to bring him out, and he ended up punching one of them. So he got another 6 months for contempt of court. Damn. What did he get arrested for initially? So he likes to put his hands on girls. Oh. And they were scared to come forward. And this is the point where I was like, dude, I was bored. It was during COVID. I was getting unemployment. Plus Trump was adding that money every week to the unemployment. So, I was literally just, spending, hours just trying to ruin his life. So I keep up with it, obviously. And the prosecutor, we become friends. The guy who's the elected Bullitt County Commonwealth attorney. He told me that right now, Kendrick has done maybe a year and a half, that he has close to 4 years of contempt, and they haven't even started. He's picked up, since he's been in custody. Normally I tell my clients, if you can suck it up, stay in custody as long as you can, and I'll get you a better deal. Because I know you're not going to get in trouble in custody. And he's picked up four new cases since he's been in custody. For fighting, for spitting at the judge, for calling he's such an idiot. Every call from the jail gets recorded. He's trying to be smooth and call these girls and trying to get them not to show up to court. So I guess I wanted to clarify to you that now this is the longest. Somebody told me that the longest sentence. My dad said the longest sentence contempt he's ever seen in Kentucky in his time is 7 years. What? 7 years. But keep in mind, Kendrick, every time they bring him out to court, dude, he does shit he calls the judge like a Klansman. He's been through Like, I really wanted to fuck his world up because he'd been damaging my name or saying shit. Right. And so I got her like super fired up. And it's crazy if you get on Facebook and you go to like Lamar Wilson or Kendrick Wilson, like he used to like he'd FaceTime like all this shit, like the police coming over anyway. Like I got her to send. I finally I kept fucking with her head and was telling her like, look, every day he gets on Facebook Live when everybody knows that you gave him a jail sentence. I was like, people are just losing respect for you.
Him at the judge?
So, yeah.
Okay.
So she
Okay, I let it circle around and start over again because it kind of didn't really get a whole ramp up last time because it was having some tech issues or I was hitting buttons that were really part of a screenshot. But anyway, you just heard a bunch of stuff, and his right to free speech, just because he's got jail time, one has nothing to do with the other, and they just continuously got more and more restrictive over him, like, they want him to behave and obey, and they whip him with the court system, essentially. They're using the court as a whip. And that hearing on Thursday was a lynching. It was a judicial lynching. So that was Christian Mascagni. I said it wrong earlier. And I looked up, he's an attorney in Louisville, and he's made it his mission to destroy Kendrick, he admits. But here is something that I found on somebody else's page, but it looks like somebody who had been speaking negatively about Kendrick and invited him on to defend himself, and it talks about Mascagni, so I'm just going to play it for you.
Can you prove that I'm a felon? I'm sure I can. So did you just repeat stuff that white people
Hold on.
that really are just tied in with the corruption?
I'm going to start it over too.
That's your issue. You always.
That's your issue. Yeah, the truth. I want the truth. That's my issue.
You prove that I'm a felon? I'm sure I can. So did you just repeat stuff that white people that really are just tied in with the corruption here? That's your issue. You always talking about corruption, but I'm going off of you. You have an IPO. You was on the phone with an attorney, and you was like, no, I don't have no guns in here. Why would you say that if you can't have guns? Listen to me. When you repeat stuff like I'm a felon, does that information just come from corrupt white people here in Kentucky? Or do you do your research and you got paperwork to prove it? Where's the information come from again? I do research. And you found out that I'm a felon? Yes. Bro, you even said no white dude told you that, right? Bruh, you cannot sit here and okay, so you're not a felon. That's what you're saying, right? When I'm asking you, who told you I was a felon? Where'd you get that information? Multiple people. A white dude, right? Multiple white people. Right? No, I know who you're talking about, but not from him. You didn't get it from Christian? No, I did not get it from him. I haven't talked to him in a minute. So Christian isn't the one who told you that I'm a felon? Christian, no, he's not.
All right, that wasn't all that revealing, but it did have an image of him, and it just shows that he's been out there spreading disinformation as well as all the other things that we've shown you today. And then the last video, there may be more, but the last video I think I really want to show for this live stream is the Disclosure Day video that ties it all together. And one of the things that make this unique to Louisville in particular, and the reason why there are so many people here, including our live streamers, like so many people are here to shape a narrative and lead our public in the wrong direction, which is why everybody has been talking negative about what Trump said Thursday night, as well as Kendrick and his right to just have a fair hearing and a fair trial. Their actions don't line up because it's hypocritical. The standards are so much stronger for people who are out here trying to do the right thing than they are for the people that are casting blame and making all the final decisions and having final say. So I did want to mention that I also spoke with a House representative who has, in fact, I've heard several people talking about the FBI is here, ICE is here, and I mean in Louisville, they're in the process of locking us down. You heard Kendrick talk about that on some of his calls with me as well. So I talked to a sitting representative who is one of the House Kentucky State Legislature individuals who is part of this fraud investigation that Trump mentioned in his speech. And he told me that half of the people who voted for his opponent in the primary, he lost his primary, half of the people that voted for him had January 1st birthdays and were not legal citizens or something else. I can't remember the details exactly, but it sounds like he's got evidence that he's willing to show that supports the same things that we just heard Trump say. So I really do think that the heart and the meat of the matter is going to turn out to be right here in Louisville, Kentucky. You can remember that you heard it here first. You can maybe realize that we are clairvoyant, if nothing else. I feel I've been given some downloads and some special abilities, maybe since my childhood. A lot of things are coming back to me, like I have some kind of soul contract, or that I'm part of an alien subspecies of the Pleiadians, or some of the good people that are here to prevent nuclear war, and I've been activated. You can think whatever you want about that, but it does turn out that the GATE children, a lot of the students who've been in the gifted and talented programs, are also sharing these same awakenings and experiences and downloads. And it's just kind of hard to believe that we would all have this happening to us at the same time. So, you know, since nobody's really watching this live stream probably anyway, if you sat this far and then this is the only thing you heard that prevents you from supporting or believing or just following along and keeping an open mind, I'm just here trying to say, I don't know what it is. Something weird is happening. Something magical and miraculous is happening, and I'm just following the signs that fall into my lap. And you can join me and Kendrick also in interpreting these things. He and I don't see eye to eye on how to interpret a lot of these things, but what we can do is just wait until the right answers come along and brainstorm with each other and others who've had similar experiences until we do figure out what those right answers are. And so far that has been working out, and I encourage others who share these visions and downloads and insights into the future, the prophecies, just keep them coming. Keep them coming. Move in faith and not fear. And don't worry that knowing the facts is going to cause you harm. Be open to learning the facts. Go into the files that have been published on the different websites, the DOJ and the Department of War websites. The Epstein files, what we need is congressional hearings. I think we've milked everything that we can talk about there, and that's why I'm running for U.S. Congress. I'll be back on the ballot in 2028. If you are interested in also being part of the solution, we've got time to get more people up and ready to do the same thing. There's plenty of seats that need to be challenged, and we are looking for similar people who have these same experiences who want to be part of the solution. I'm hearing a noise. I'm just making sure it's not anything urgent. Okay. And Epstein files. So those we need hearings. The UAPs. What about all the PSYOPs? What about the MK Ultra stuff? What about Mitch McConnell and whether or not he's dead or alive? Schrodinger's cat should not be how we go about determining if we're going to replace the most important seat that's going to be somebody who's just going to continue with the cover-ups. Is Andy going to put somebody in there? Is he going to appoint somebody? And if so, is it going to be somebody who's going to continue with the cover-ups? Is it going to be another Zionist? Or is he going to go ahead and honor his intentions? Or was that all fake? Is he going to honor the fact that he already endorsed Charles for the general? So why wouldn't he endorse him for this special election. Clearly, we are being played at this very moment. And again, nobody may be watching, but I'm going to go on record on July 17th, 2026. Chris Toby is also someone who's out here talking about it. It's not my idea. He's the one who planted this seed. He's the author of Kentucky Fried Pensions. Go look at what he's involved in. And by the way, he's also the state lead for the Epstein Justice Foundation, of which I have an endorsement. And they are using Manual High School and other schools, but Mitch's alma mater, Morgan McGarvey's alma mater, are a breeding ground. I can say that without any ambiguity whatsoever. Manual High School is a breeding ground for sexual predators who prey on children and recruit and groom them and hook them up with quote-unquote sugar daddies and turn a blind eye when they're exchanging drugs for sex in the bathroom. Excuse me. We documented all this in 2019. I took it to polio along with the mom who was the whistleblower. Sorry, I've had an interesting day today, and now I'm having trouble talking, so I'm hearing gunshots outside. It's just an interesting day. So I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to play one last video that's 24 minutes long, but you're going to hear the words disclosure and constitutional crisis, and it's going to seem like it's more related to UAPs and non-human intelligence, but I'm telling you, this is all the same plot that they don't want us to expose, which is why they're preventing me from getting to my point right now, I guess. Constitutional crisis. Kendrick has also used the term constitutional crisis. They cannot expose how badly corrupted Jefferson County's police and judicial system is without creating a constitutional crisis, or at least that's the excuse that they use, including the live streamers who will tell you, we don't want martial law. We don't want martial law. You were right about that. But we need an intervention. We need something, and we need the people who actually know what's going on to be the voices that they listen to, and not more of the same crisis actors who have been feeding the public a false narrative all this time. And Kendrick talks about who they are too. I'm not going to repeat any of that because he's done enough of that. And again, I'm going to open this up. And I think I was still making a different point, but I lost my voice, so I'm going to go. Here we go.
This is a constitutional crisis that we're looking at here. This whole process of allowing the executive branch to get away with seizing control over the entire UFO issue and the entire disclosure issue is a failing on the part of the United States Congress and the members of Congress to assert their constitutional responsibility to exercise oversight over the executive branch. There is this unique problem of the national security state. There's a lot more going on here with regard to the UFO issue than just a simple challenge of authority of the Congress on the part of the executive branch. We know that there is actual physical threats that are being posed against people who are trying to publicly disclose some of the deepest secrets that are being retained by the executive branch. These kind of activities now are coming home to roost.
My name is Danny Sheehan. I'm a constitutional litigator who's worked some of the most important cases in modern American history. From Pentagon Papers, the Watergate scandal, to Iran-Contra. My legal career has led me now to this pivotal moment. As our human family confronts the implications of the existence here on our planet of an extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional non-human species. I will be your guide as we dive into the profound philosophical, theological, and public policy questions pertaining to the UFO phenomenon, alien life, and the citizen movement for disclosure. This is the Full Disclosure Podcast, coming to you from the New Paradigm Institute on SpectraVision Radio.
I just got back today, back here into the office from being out in Ohio, out at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The kind of heart of UFO history, of the attempted reverse engineering of the UFO craft, the place to which the original debris from the Roswell crash in July of 1947 was brought. And everybody out there knows about the UFO issue and that the role that Wright-Patterson played in it. In fact, I was shown around at the base of the site where the UFO craft was brought in an open discussion with a major person, an official there who knows about the elevators that descend from Building 23 down into the tunnels where the crafts were kept. This is known out there. I addressed a group of 400 people who came to a gathering to discuss the UFO issue right there in the heart of the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This is also the return of the members of Congress are all coming back into Washington from their July 4th break. And the main issue that's coming up with regard to the UFO issue here is the decision that's going to be made in the U.S. Senate right this week by John Thune, the majority leader in the United States Senate. They're still grieving the loss of Lindsey Graham. They're still also having a major challenge with Mitch McConnell being absent now from the Senate. There's going to be a decision being made this week about whether or not Chuck Schumer and Mike Round's bill that they've proposed for inserting into the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act of the UAP Disclosure Act is going to be approved in the Senate side. Now, if it were to be approved, to be inserted into the National Defense Authorization Act for next year, it would then go over to the conference committee with the House, even though Mike Johnson has stopped the insertion of the UAP Disclosure Act into the House side proposal for the National Defense Authorization Act. So this is a big deal that's coming up now, but the odds are quite heavy that John Thune is not going to allow a vote on this over on the Senate side, because they're going to be asserting that the executive branch, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and the acting director of the Office of National Intelligence have tried to co-opt the appointment of a Senate-approved panel to review all of the information in the hands of the executive branch now about UFOs. They've tried to forestall that by appointing an executive branch group to do this, because a key element that is in the new proposal from Chuck Schumer and Mike Rounds is that there be a Senate-approved panel that could be nominated by the president, but would have to be approved by the United States Senate, these members. And the executive branch doesn't want that. They want to maintain complete control over these disclosures that are going on. Now, that brings up the issue of the fourth tranche of information has been released this week. Now, again, there's still nothing earth-shaking in the revelations that have been made as of this fourth tranche. There's still a lot more, far distant little white dots moving in kind of peculiar patterns and been designated as unidentified. There's only one exception to that. There's some very, very peculiar, totally weird shaped object that was sighted and videoed that doesn't look like any very typical UFO that anybody would recognize, but it's clearly not any kind of a normal craft. It's not a balloon, and it's not any type of drone. It's some kind of a strange looking operation, but we don't know what that is. Again, the basic theme of these releases that are being made by the executive branch is that, oh, isn't this puzzling? Aren't these weird things? And secondarily, oh, by the way, many of these weird things are all near our nuclear facilities. They keep on emphasizing that, and they're showing over and over again these dots, little white dots moving mysteriously around our nuclear facilities, trying to flog this theme that somehow there's a threat to our national security by these objects. So keep your eyes out for this. This decision is going to be made by John Thune and by the Republican caucus as to whether or not they're going to allow a vote on the joint bill proposed by Schumer and Rounds. Again, our judgment at the New Paradigm Institute that it is far less than 30% likely that they're going to approve it and allow it to go into the National Defense Authorization Act for further discussions with the House. Let's talk a bit about this present status of the whistleblowers and the level of protection that they've gotten. It's just, as I mentioned, that Chris Mellon had pointed out back on June 25th that no one has been criminally prosecuted for bringing information to Congress in the proper setting. That is, to deliver the information only to people who are in the staff or House members who have themselves been given an executive branch clearance. They would not have any protection whatsoever, even from the traditional non-prosecution, if they were to give the information to a member of Congress who didn't have an executive branch clearance, or a staff member who didn't have an executive branch granted clearance. And it needs to be done in a protected setting, that they would have to be, for example, in a skiff or in some other extremely highly protected setting, giving the information only to someone who had an executive branch security clearance. So this is an extraordinarily limited protection. And even then, with this administration and with this Justice Department, who can tell what they might be willing to do? Just because there's a tradition of not having prosecuted anyone to date for this, it doesn't give any whistleblower any kind of assurance that if, in fact, Donald Trump or anyone else took the notion that they wanted to maintain complete and exclusive control over the disclosure process, even to Congress, that they could bring a legal cause of action against a person for allegedly violating their national security clearance. What we're really looking at here is the fact that the real issue is that other than Eric Burleson and Tim Burchett and Luna, and Napoleon Luna, and a tiny handful of others, there's no major group of people in Congress yet who are willing to spend any political capital at all in trying to get this information into the hands of Congress. And there's no will yet on their part to stand up and take control over this entire disclosure process that I've provided at the request of the House Oversight Committee. Our New Paradigm Institute has provided a 58-page bill that would set up an entire regime inside the Congress of the United States, pursuant to which they could take over the process of reviewing all of the information that's in the hands of the executive branch and deciding what information is going to be disclosed to the public. But all of this information would be in the hands of members of the Congress with proper safeguards taken. And yet, no one has yet been willing to do this, because the bottom line is that this whole process of allowing the executive branch to get away with seizing control over the entire UFO issue and the entire disclosure issue is a failing on the part of the United States Congress and the members of Congress to assert their constitutional responsibility to exercise oversight over the executive branch. The executive branch is there primarily for the purpose of carrying into execution the laws that are passed by the United States Congress. And this applies also with regard to setting up the rules and regulations that govern the armed forces of the United States. Includes this classification process of military-related information. This is a constitutional crisis that we're looking at here. And this is a crisis that predated this rather bizarre situation we're going through with the second term of the Trump administration, in which we're experiencing what is now being talked about rather openly as a constitutional crisis of the Trump administration rather uniquely attempting to usurp the control that had normally been in Congress on a whole lot of issues, and defying Congress, defying the judicial branch, publicly insulting the judicial branch for disagreeing with the executive branch on its levels of authority. So that this has attracted an awful lot of attention now in the media. But behind this and prior to this administration, this crisis has been brewing, that the executive branch has taken the steps progressively, or regressively, actually, since the passage of the National Security Act of 1947 and the creation of the Central Intelligence Agency, primarily, and the National Security Council. These together have basically asserted a national security state control over the whole UFO issue. Uniquely, we've touched upon this in the past, and I've pointed out that if we're going to be able to get at the information, the deep information about the UFO phenomenon, and the full implications of the contacts that have been had by representatives of the executive branch in this legacy group with the actual pilots and occupants of the UFOs from this extraterrestrial civilization, we're going to have to get Congress to step up and exercise its power. This is one of the major reasons why we're still emphasizing over and over again the need for all of you to become members of the Citizens for Disclosure, to participate in getting these pledge cards signed, to have all of the candidates, now that they're coming into focus, that virtually now almost all of the contests for the 435 seats in the House of Representatives, the representatives of the Republican and Democratic Party and any other political parties have now pretty well been settled upon. So we know who the candidates are from the major political parties, the two parties, and the Green Party. And so therefore, we're now ready to have you move forward as members of the Citizens for Disclosure to insist that each and every one of these candidates be confronted with the demand that they sign this pledge card, agreeing that if they are elected to any one of these 435 seats in the House of Representatives, that they will personally be committed to giving full support for full disclosure of this information, first to Congress and then to the American people. I want to point something out now that's an extraordinarily important piece of information. There's a lot more going on here than just a normal struggle between people in Washington over the exercise of power between the executive branch and the Congress and the legislative branch. There is this unique problem of the national security state, and that is this. There has developed since 1947 in the passage of the National Security Act, and later the February 1948 issuance of an executive order by the National Security Council, ostensibly purporting to authorize the CIA to engage in covert operations outside of the country. These covert operations have come over time to include more and more aggressive activity on the part of the CIA, to the point of ruining people's careers outside of the country for their covert operation purposes, blackmailing people, kidnapping people, smuggling drugs to generate funds for their covert operations so they can be kept away from the review by Congress, and ultimately assassinating not only people in the field, but government leaders, actually. And this has become more and more pronounced now, to the point where you have the United States government having participated in assassinating the head of the Iranian government most recently. And everybody just kind of walking away, going, oh, well, you know, they worked directly with Mossad and murdered the entire leadership of the Iranian administration, you know, and they've gotten away with it now. That Congress, in any effort to exercise their War Powers Act to constrain these types of activities on the part of the Trump administration, the Republican Party has now mobilized to stop the enforcement of the War Powers Act against the administration. What I want to point out now, in closing on this particular point, is that there's a lot more going on here with regard to the UFO issue than just a simple challenge of authority of the Congress on the part of the executive branch. We know that there is actual physical threats that are being posed by the operatives of the national security state to engage in activities against people who are trying to publicly disclose some of the deepest secrets that are being retained by the executive branch. There are threats of violence against them, violence against their families, retaliation against them in their careers. These are all modalities that have been developed by the Central Intelligence Agency's Operations Directorate to be deployed against alleged foreign adversaries. These kind of activities now are coming home to roost, and we have direct examples of this having happened in the past. And it's important to note that the members of the House and the Senate, after they've been there for just a little while in Washington, D.C., come to be briefed up on this reality, that the national security state people are willing to deploy these type of tactics against members of the Congress in order to deter them, to stop them from exercising their constitutional duties. We know that this has happened, for example, to Frank Church, who was the head of the famous Church Committee, the Joint Church Committee of the United States Senate, to review illegal activities on the part of the intelligence community back in the mid-1970s. That immediately following those hearings, the famous Church Committee hearings, millions of dollars mysteriously appeared in his next campaign against him in Idaho. He'd been 3 terms in a row where he was winning the seat in his Democratic primaries and winning the seat in the general elections by 60 then to 70%. And then all of a sudden, after he had challenged the Central Intelligence Agency in their criminal activities, all of a sudden millions of dollars appear in a campaign publicly revealing the fact that he supported the Equal Rights Amendment and that he supported some gun restrictions of not allowing fully automatic machine guns to be sold on the street to people. And they ousted him from his seat. They did the same thing to Dick Clark, the United States Senator from Iowa, because he opposed CIA covert operations in Africa, such as the political assassination of Patrice Lumumba by the CIA. The same thing happened to Birch Bayh, who opposed some of the CIA covert operations. All 3 of those people were unseated, by massive amounts of money coming into their campaigns against them in their next term. And we traced the money that came into Frank Church's thing, came right out of the Nugan Bank in Australia through 2 South African banks under the Afrikaner administration, and then into the United States in those campaigns against him. Okay, and that Nugan Bank was set up by the CIA station chief in Saigon, where they placed the drug money that they were getting a percentage of for protecting Vang Pao, the major opium warlord in Laos. We have gotten access to, here at the New Paradigm Institute, the classified portions of the Nugan bank accounts. And we've tracked those things, that money that went right into Frank Church's campaign against him. The members of the Senate and House know about this history, about these things. Okay, so this is a lot more serious than just simply the traditional struggle for political power in Washington, D.C. This is a very genuine constitutional crisis, because the tactics that have been allowed to be developed by the Central Intelligence Agency to be deployed outside of the country against our alleged foreign adversaries are now being brought home here to our country and are being deployed against members of Congress to stop them from revealing this information.
Okay.
I want to let you know now that we've set up a process by means of which you can post questions to me and to the other staff. Number 1, Spotify allows you to pose questions in response to this particular episode and the future episodes. Number 2, on the YouTube channel, there's a Spectavision YouTube channel, and then there's the NPI, the New Paradigm Institute YouTube channel, where you can pose questions to us. And what we're going to be doing is, in addition to our latest UFO news sections of our podcast here and our essay podcast, we will have a section here where we answer those questions. Here are the 2 questions that have come to us on the question stream. Number 1, why should younger generations care about UAPs amidst all of the hurt and destruction going on right here Earthside? The reality is that there are a series of major public policy problems that young people need to pay attention to. And let's just be clear about this. The reality here is this being revealed, if in fact the full information that is in the hands of our executive branch about the UFO phenomenon are fully revealed, it will reveal that there's an entire non-human civilization that completely surrounds our entire solar system here in our galaxy that is being concealed from us by the national security state. And not only that, but there's direct communication going on between the national security state with this extraterrestrial civilization, and it's being concealed from us. Anybody who thinks that that isn't of major importance to you in your generation is not paying adequate attention. So you need to pay attention to this issue, because it's going to have a major effect upon your entire future. The second question is, can you talk more about the specific implications of ET's psychic abilities and what that might look like practically? I.e., Are we talking about mind control? Well, yes, we are. The psychic abilities that the ETs are displaying are very similar to the psychic abilities that have been displayed by the major religious avatars of our human family. Not only Jesus of Nazareth, but Buddha, the Hindu sadhus, others that are able to basically read people's minds. They can basically penetrate into your thought process and read your mind. They can telepathically communicate with you. And one of these, the so-called mind control things is that even through neuro-linguistic programming, human beings are capable of planting subconscious commands into your thought processes. This is something that it isn't just the ETs that pose this particular unique threat, but most of the psychic capabilities that are being manifested by the ETs are virtually identical to the type of psychic capabilities that have been displayed on the part of these avatars, human avatars, around which major religious traditions have arisen. So that there's no more to be frightened about the ETs having these abilities than there are of the many advanced human beings having these capacities. But the reality is that we're going to have to get people informed about this, because we're going to have to take steps legislatively and through governmental structures to protect people against the invasion of their thought processes. We have to be able to maintain our own sovereignty, our own ability to exercise free will, independent of interference like this. This has to be made part of a major treaty that is going to be struck on behalf of our human family here with the extraterrestrial civilizations. So this is extraordinarily important that you not be any more afraid of this on the part of the ETs than you need to be with regard to it being in the hands of the CIA. For example, we need to take steps to protect ourselves against anybody who would attempt to deprive us of our free will. Okay? Join us again next week. We'll see you then.
All right, that was really good, and it was very recent. July 16th was the date on that. I just joined Citizens for Disclosure, and I'm starting a Kentucky chapter. So if you're interested in joining us, let me know, and we will get our meetings going. They meet, the regional meetings are every other Sunday, so it won't be today, it'll be a week from today. So 6:30 Central, a week from today, will be our next regional meeting. So if you're interested in joining the Kentucky chapter, see me or contact them directly for a link to join the call. And I'm going to play a couple more videos. I want to say one more thing, just that I know these are long, these two live streams that I've done. Starting earlier this morning, I lost my internet during the first one, and also my computer died during what it was playing. So I started a second one, and I also picked up where I left off on the 2-hour live stream that Kendrick Wilson did last night. Or that was on the Lamar Wilson page. I'm not sure who did it. I don't know for sure exactly what's being done, and I don't want to incriminate him. I shouldn't be able to incriminate him just because somebody uses the wrong words because they weren't there and they didn't witness something doesn't make somebody guilty. But that's the kind of stuff that's used against us all the time. So I just want to use cautious words. But before I switch to the next video, one of the things that Danny Sheehan is his name, the constitutional lawyer on the last video, was talking about was a pledge from Congress to sign on to this full disclosure that's passing through both chambers currently without much support. So we need to demand support from our lawmakers, and we can do that at the local level by contacting Morgan McGarvey's office, for example, and asking him to sign this pledge. And chances are he won't, and I'll tell you why. That's another video all by itself. But again, let me just say that he is a descendant from his family name before he was Morgan McGarvey. On his mother's side, on his maternal side, was a Morgan Stern. So the Morgan that he was named is actually in honor of his maternal last name, Morgan Stern, that was shortened to Morgan somewhere along the way. But you can follow them all the way back to the 1600s in France and Germany, where they perhaps might have been part of the Ashkenazi Jewish sect that is also the same sect that the Rothschilds were from during that same time period. So if we can go back 400 and some odd years to find that some of these people have been friends and neighbors for this long, it is a little bit alarming and concerning, especially if they also take money from AIPAC, even if they play dumb about it, and they won't sign a pledge to release and disclose the things that are possibly going to expose how long and sophisticated and complicated this this criminal conspiracy with our government and non-human intelligence to keep the rest of us in the dark has been going on. So that's what I have to say about Morgan McGarvey. I did all this through Ancestry.com, and I'm happy to share it with you. Again, this is for entertainment purposes only, but some others have mentioned that this goes back to the Confederacy, and some of these families, I think it was Kendrick that was saying that some of these families have never given up on their slave-owning heritage. They want to go back to the days. Making America great again to them means making it legal to own people and abuse people. And you know what else Kendrick told me that made a whole lot of sense is if you can own people, then you can murder people, and you can impregnate people, and you can rape people, and you can eat people, and you can rape children. If you're their owner, you can do all of these things and get away with it. I'm sorry, that was a minute, because animal abuse laws seem to be stricter than what we prevent happening to black people, even today. So, I'm going to continue on with, I told you I was running for school board, November 3rd, I'm on the race for school board, District 3. You may have seen some free press that I got lately, because the guy whose seat I'm trying to take and secure and protect, I want to protect the seat from more of these people that are causing us harm. And he's a defense attorney, a criminal attorney, a defense attorney. I don't know exactly what he is, but he's, according to some people, he's one of the best in town. Well, that's because of who he protects, and therefore who protects him. And I now have proof of it, because I'm out here trying to expose this, and he has made up bull crap about me and used it as a basis of a circuit court lawsuit. I have to defend my right to be on the ballot. I'll be appearing in court at some point. I have 20 days to respond, and then I'm sure there will be a hearing date assigned, although I don't know how to figure all that out just yet. I hadn't received the mail. He just happened to have emailed it to me, is the only reason I know, and I guess there was an article or two about it because I got contacted by the media. And you know what? I should really play that too. I need all of this to be part of this document. So while I play this next video, which was my last board speech, which was May of 2024, where I told the board they were under arrest. And oh, by the way, James Craig was there. So I'll play this for you while I go get some more videos queued up. Because this is all, I haven't said anything, nothing that has been said is not important. It's all important. So that's why it's all part of this. I'm making a comprehensive document.
I apologize for bringing you such a disturbing message tonight, but as a member of the public, a taxpayer, and a constituent, I feel someone must sound the alarm. I've been conducting an independent audit at no cost to taxpayers, and I've discovered fraud in the internal investigations process, downplaying sexual abuse and possible sex trafficking allegations from former JCPS students being committed by and protected by JCPS employees, as well as payouts of hush money and by district leaders using taxpayer dollars, and a pattern of practice of coordinated efforts to cover those crimes up and retaliate against whistleblowers, victims, and mandatory reporters. Dr. Polio, in December of 2019, a mom and I, along with her attorney, met with you. We brought evidence of a cover-up of felonious sex and drug abuse on Manual's campus involving adults and students. You said you hadn't seen the urgent email she sent you 6 months earlier highlighting these concerns, but you knew then. At the January 14th, 2020 board meeting, I handed each of the sitting board members a folder containing the same documents. You can find them included with the official minutes from that meeting. It's rumored that the internal investigation that happened last summer was replaced with hush money tampering with witnesses, threats and intimidation, possibly even blackmail. Who knows what you might find out if you actually investigated. But that's okay, we know we can't trust the investigation anyway, based on the evidence brought to me by those whose stories have been ignored, maligned, whose investigations have been tampered with, witnesses discredited or not even interviewed. I have found these patterns, spanning back more than a decade. 1 year ago last Thursday, I stood up here and told you we were putting you on notice. What did you do? You gave polio a $75,000 raise. Not to mention the increase in retirement payouts and perks he will receive on taxpayer dime for the rest of his life. Is ending busing what you had in mind when you promised how the last tax increase would be spent? Because isn't that what you've done? April 10th was Jcps's January 6th. It was an insurrection, treason, and a hijacking all in one. No wonder some of you went out of your way to derail our coalition's efforts to simply ask you to earn the people's vote. It would appear that that was intentional, looking back. Where is that dashboard you promised us anyway, Dr. Polio? We the people have been denied a seat at the table for far too long. It's a fool's errand to demand solutions from the very people that won't hold themselves accountable. Some of you have participated in these crimes and cover-ups, while others at a minimum have turned a blind eye. You're under arrest. Oh, that's right, they're in Norman too. We've reported this to every agency we can possibly think of. We think there's a scandal, that you don't want this to come out before the election. We're having a candidate interest forum, if anyone is interested, tomorrow night at 5:30 at Mulligan's. June 4th is the deadline to file to run for school board. Thank you for listening.
See, look at that. I always try to get other people to run before I run. It's not about me. It's about the work. It's about using this platform as a microphone. And since others don't step up, I do. You can be mad at me all you want, or you can step up. I prefer you just step up. So I told you about Jess Clark and this character assassination that James Craig has launched against me. There will be more coming out about this. I'm not at liberty to discuss all of my personal HIPAA and safety concerns today. Just know that there are some that are, thanks to him, because of his activities, he's putting my safety, my family's safety and well-being at risk, and forcing me to reveal things just so I can stay on the ballot, which is a violation of my rights. But I'm going to do what I need to do because I care about getting the work done. And here, listen to this. This is when Jess Clark of WFPL called me to ask for a quote about something that I didn't even know was coming. I suspected it would because I know how petty they are, but this is how I learned about it. I didn't know about James Craig yet. They acted like they were the ones doing the digging, but it was probably James that told him to.
Hey, Gay.
Hey, Jess.
How are you?
Oh, unfortunate that James Craig can just call you up and plant a bug in your ear and turn you into his machine to continue to go after me. You know you haven't been fair to Kenyatta and others. When, like, the stoner victims, you're letting Summer Dickerson run the show and call the shots. Have you seen what her own daughter says about her? I'm just really kind of confused why you would continue to play along with these horrible people and not recognize what's truly going on. It's right in front of your eyes.
Okay, well, okay, I don't really understand what I don't really understand your criticism there, but I will let you go unless you would like to say more about that.
I hope that you will continue to, or not. Hold on, let me figure out how to say this because I'm not trying to be disrespectful. If you really want to understand why I'm being critical, then I will be happy to bring you some examples if you're willing to be retrospective, and I am too. We can both have this conversation. But seriously, there have been things that I have brought to the media's attention. For example, are you interested in the Daniel Cobble challenge that's out there right now? He has a petition. Like, wouldn't that be more newsworthy? Pardon?
Yeah, we saw that.
Wouldn't that be more newsworthy than not one but two stories on me? I appreciate the free press, I really do, because I'm going to kick his ass in November, and you can quote that.
Okay. Okay.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
So that's automatically switching into a hearing that I recorded at the very beginning of everything when the PTA sabotaged me. I'll just let it play. Because you didn't want anybody to have a fair chance at defending themselves? Bullshit. She's been to the McConnell training program. Leffert is her boss.
Teachers run a phone call regarding the plan to give Jcps rather than maximum Dr. Donna Harkins. The conversation was overheard by a member of the district staff and reported to Ms. Holmes' boss. She also advised me that she would let the press conference happen to help.
Okay. I got a call from Chris Brady while I was sitting in that meeting. I waved it off with my "can I call you later" text reply, and he replied, "I need you to call me in the next 5 minutes regarding being a speaker at the board meeting or whatever." So I stepped out of the room. I went into the break room because the bell had rung and kids were in the hallway. I stepped into like what was a teacher's lounge with a restroom and answered any questions that he had because he had questions. I was simply answering his questions. And one of the things he said was, "How many people do you have speaking tonight?" And I said, "We just have one, but I know that there are some Maupin parents who are pretty upset about what's happening, so they may have some people on there." But he was asking me to call my list down, and I was like, "I can't call my list down because I only have the one." And so whatever they heard was me saying that Maupin parents are pretty upset and telling that to Chris Brady. He called me because he was trying to call down his speaker list. I didn't stir the pot. I didn't do whatever the staff that overheard the conversation wasn't the reason the money turned up missing. They are. They're stealing our money, you guys. The PTA, former board, probably current board, I got out, but the former board was stealing our money and lying to us and rigging their own internal elections. And I spoke about external oversight, which I'm going to show you that video after we do this one. And then I'm also going to go back and show you another James Craig video. So we got still plenty to do.
In her comments, looking at the Jcps following the meeting, bringing into question her role in her intent to make it school. During the interview, she gave commentary regarding Jcps and our school program. Soderman was also identified by the media as a parent as she stood in front of.
Okay, I'm not responsible for how the media portrays me, but I didn't say I was a Maupin parent. They accused me of saying I was a Maupin parent, which I did not. Never did. Why would I? I am a JCPS parent of a graduate, probably by then when this was actually happening, but regardless, I'm a parent, and they're focusing on the wrong things if that's what they're going to get worried about. And also, if anyone's watching this and saying, this goes really far back, this was 2017, why didn't you say something back then? I did. This is all public. This has been public for a long time. People choose not to look, but now that it's all coming out, you're going to see these things and you're going to be like, oh my God, I can't unsee this. This has been going on for a long time. And people are going to owe me and several others an apology because I continue to be discredited and disrupted in my ability to just live my best life.
She does not have a team further misrepresentation, did what I perceive to be false pretenses of words and unassumed false but at least I would like to request that she no longer attend PTA meetings without prior permission from me, the building principal. Again, I appreciate the support of the 15th district and the relationship we have established and look forward to continued positive relations as we work to improve outcomes for our students engaged in your family.
Are we then going to have somebody who likes the governor then going to sit there and say, I want this person removed?
Yep.
I mean, seriously, is that what we're going down this
Yep.
track? Is that what we're setting up?
This
We're
was
setting up
2017. He
I'm
was
saying,
right.
saying,
John
this is why
Bowie, you
we're
were right.
instead of having a course of action, instead of saying, you know, if you do this, then this is the step for the thing. Not going from this to we're removing it. I think that's, to me, that's a little bit far.
This is Pinky from Manual High School, PTA president for a long time. I didn't make any errors, sister. It said purpose of visit, not who are you here.
And the other one was either discussing your support opinion that I'm wearing that shirt or talking about Platinum Royalty. So it sounds like the mistake you made was you were asked to come at the DOJ. Yes, correct. But the second error was while you were there, you pitched Platinum Royalty. And you should have done that because that's a PTA mistake. And I don't know that any of us as motivated and as much meeting time as we spent last month talking about everywhere you go, pitch Platinum Royalty. I don't know that I would have necessarily wanted to switch gears there. But it was an error. And I think that those are important things that we need to learn, that, oh, okay. And it is hard in that space to have to keep saying to people, I actually can't address that. I'm here as the invasive guest. I actually can't speak to that. I'm here as the invasive guest. That's a hard thing to do. But we have to learn to do that. And being here for PTA meeting or as an invitee of the PTA board, however it needs to be.
Ridiculous.
We all wear multiple hats.
Ridiculous.
Many of you very well yet, but I'm pretty darn sure you all volunteer for way too long and you wear way too many hats. And you have to be able to invite us to that a lot, like what you said. So I think those are really important things, and that those would have protected, you from that.
I was set up.
I also am deeply concerned about this
setup.
I mean, obviously, I just wanted to, I wanted that to be, I wanted to clarify that. Heather, one for you. All right, in our standing rules on page 2, number 12, it says accept invitation to represent the district only with the approval of the president for our national PTA bylaws. I did not get no day you were going there that day at all to represent 15th district PTA, period, because I've been working with Maria, principal, and knew Adam was going there. I knew Pink had gone for an event before. I knew Jessica had gone, but I had no idea you were going there. So for me, getting the phone calls that I received from parents, I didn't know you were going to be there that day for PTA or what. And so I was blindsided because I did not know. And so you do wear many hats. And I did not clearly know what hat you were there under. Also, one of the other things that was brought up to me in our phone calls is when you call yourself a JCPS parent, you actually do not have kids enrolled in school. You would be a community advocate. You know, I know you're passionate for kids, but you actually do not have any students enrolled in our school system. And when you look at definition, you're either a parent or have legal custody or guardianship over a student enrolled in JCPS.
Sure. I don't think I said those words exactly. I probably told, I mean, I don't make things up. So I just said whatever came naturally at the time. I didn't write it down to make sure I was not, I don't know if it's in the audio part, but I am a parent of a graduate. So that's probably what I had said. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. I know it's hard. And then, giving to the last point to everyone, I understand what you guys are saying about national PTA and advocacy, and I hear you, but we do have duties of obedience, duty of loyalty, and duty of, different conduct and stuff that we do have to uphold with PTA. I'm not saying we should not advocate and do, but we do have guidelines that we need to follow. And we have everyone on the exact same page of what those guidelines are, because it can be very easy to go out and just overly talk about issues that could jeopardize. So, I mean, I'm not saying we're not looking out for children first. That is not it. I mean, PTA's mission, it is about every child. And I mean, and I really strongly believe that PTA's mission is to make every child potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. And yes, we can all sit here and say, yes, that's what Gabe was doing there that day. But what the confusion, what hat was she having on that day? And that's where it comes. As Dear JCPS, she can do what she wants. Dear JCPS, she can go and say, she can have rallies, she can scream and yell from the rooftop. She can do all that. But it's when we have the confusion of she's doing it with Dear JCPS or 15th District PTA. Which may not happen again.
Right. Or if you didn't create a need for a Dear JCPS in the first place.
Adam is the next one.
I'm going to try and clear up a lot of what was said. First of all, when we go into a school and we are representing 15th District PTA, what we say, what we do directly affects 15th District PTA. Every single local unit. Somebody, I don't remember who it was, said they don't care if the principal got mad. No. That principal determines whether PTA is in that school or not.
No, they don't.
That superintendent,
and if they do, call their bluff.
Determines whether we're in the schools or not. And whether we have
Polio even said that's not true.
And when we, as a PTA, as a board member of the 15th District, go out and advocate in a teacher's round for the removal of the superintendent, that's not right. They are talking about 2 mistakes that you made. Gabe, the first mistake that you made was not calling me and saying, hey, I'm going to be at the board meeting. I know that Moffitt is...
Turns out you're a criminal, Adam. I already knew some things about you, Adam, or maybe I found them out afterwards. But giving you heads up makes it easier to commit crimes, isn't it?
And again, if you were going to advocate...
So they teach me a lesson. to.
in the school district if you want to. But you can't do that and wear a 15th district shirt. It's not cohabitory.
Cohabitory.
You cannot go and bite the hand that feeds us.
The hand that feeds you. Think about that.
Heather, I've already had one extra story because I know that I think we signed a paper at the beginning of the year saying that if we went into school, we would let Heather know or had any interaction. And that didn't happen. And then my next comment, it kind of piggybacks on what you said a little bit. I'm not sure whether, what your intentions were, but how it was perceived with the school personnel, the principal, the assistant super, whoever overheard that. We, as a 15th district, you have to be very careful with that line, be very delicate because they are the ones that have you in and out of their school. That partnership, that collaboration, there could be a big wall put up if you are not collaborating with them and working with them and are doing things against, what the school is working towards.
Why aren't you helping me expose corruption then?
Okay. First of all, I'll give you I'll use another example to demonstrate that I try to be very respectful of respecting the boundaries of PTA. I've been pushing for us to advocate against charters or even things about the charter bills that we don't like since November. We passed a resolution in November to educate and inform our membership about charters. And I've brought it loophole to get me on. That's where this came from.
Would you like to clarify? I can clarify why we cannot, because National PTA has a position statement that we cannot be involved in any employee situation. The removing of the superintendent, which I've already checked with National PTA, is involving in employee affairs. So we cannot, as a district, get behind the removal of the superintendent.
So even if I was doing so in another organization, like, because that
If you were doing it as your JCPS, yes.
That's all
the
I
question was, you said as us. That's what I heard.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
So I want to make everyone clear. It's why 15th district cannot get behind it because
No.
PTA's position statement.
And I did not mean to imply that. I'm just saying that that's me acting in the interest of that movement as your JCPS is what put me under the microscope in the first place.
No, I just want to thank the national, that we can advocate for issues. We can advocate for school district and families. We want to see that
That's Sharon Whitworth. She was actually a JCPS employee. She was the parent. Justin Willis took her job, but they call this PTA the superintendent's PTA, and she was running the.
I will do a better job making sure people understand who I am.
The clothing facility and the little office they had down there that basically was Heather's secretary. And that's a conflict of interest, being a JCPS employee and a direct report to Donna Hargens, and then being the parliamentarian and Robert's Rules of Order and putting the right words in the president's ear every so often, telling us we can't advocate, having to push back just to get permission to put a yard sign in my yard, like stuff like that is what she did the whole time I was there. I was on that board for 3 years. I served in 3 different VP capacities, and I was very diligent and good at my job. And then this has then voted me off in 2017. And
If my count is right.
spoiler alert, they vote me off.
Now two-thirds, I can't tell you.
I tuck my tail and go home.
Do you want that back, Adam? Do you mind telling me how that was sent to you? Was that emailed to you? Or? Thank you.
It said it was emailed, but it was not in open records.
Call for the vote.
They're calling for the vote.
It's official. I thought it were official.
I think John Bowie and Pinky and myself and maybe Chris Kolb's brother was the new secretary. That was him that wore the cardinal shirt that I identified. He was Chris Kolb's brother.
Is there a second? Okay, so this takes a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Wait. Any? This is backwards. So we need to wash your hands first.
I didn't hear flush.
Okay, this is a vote to end discussion right now and actually vote. That means the people on this list will not be heard. The vote will be taken, and that will be the end of it. The vote will be done by that. Because the motion's right passed. But if you vote yes, then that means if the 2/3 vote yes, then that means that
The rest is kind of boring because we sit around while they tally stuff. And I'm going to move on to the, like I said, I lost. I can't remember. It was 17 total, so probably like 10-7 or something. But you heard all the really silly reasons that they came up with, and I never got a warning. I never got a chance. I'm doing good work, and they would rather not piss that superintendent and the administration off. They'd rather work for the administration, the hand that feeds them, as opposed to the parents and the students. And I think you need to pay attention to that, because PTA does not say administration first. It says parents first, and then teachers second. And so the principal is not a teacher, and she called it her PTA, and it's not. It's the family's PTA. It's the school community's PTA. So there are a lot of things that are just broken and wrong about that, but at the end of it, anything that I did that they still say I did wrong, in the grand scheme of things, she committed plagiarism and blew it off in one of the meetings. I can show you if you're interested. Like, she took a past president's article and put her name on it, and when the past president saw it, they were very upset, and then she acted like they were the ones overreacting. The person whose place I first took when I joined the board, they told me that she had left under bad terms and that I was not going to be able to get any files or anything from her. So I had to make all new files and start from scratch in that communication role. And they never told me who it was that had that job before me, but apparently she left on bad terms, or she knew the truth. And in fact, I found others. I found a past president who also knew the truth. And a lot of the things happening in the teachers union, they've had their president. They have a new president now, but she was put there by the past president. She was recruited and groomed, and a position was created specifically for her. She still gets a salary from Jcps in addition to her salary from the union. She's probably making more than $200,000 a year, and she's never really spent time in a Jcps classroom other than as a guest. She's never been a classroom teacher with her own classroom. She's been in camp, whatever that was, the war room, whatever they call that, for all those years as a deeper learning specialist. They created 7 deeper learning positions at the same time, and she came in over from Shelbyville. She had been a teacher there. He probably met her at a conference. His wife, his new wife, also took one of those spots, and he brought her from Arizona at a different time, but basically his wife was a teacher at Manual High School. He was a teacher at Manual High School, and there was rumors of infidelity and pregnancies and orgies and other things like that taking place, unwanted pregnancies, etc., etc., and maybe even some homosexual closeted secrets that maybe why everyone worked so hard to just keep things covered up instead of doing the right thing. And now that Mitch is missing in action, I think that a lot of it may have been tied to him because he's also a Manual High School graduate and alumni, and so is Morgan McGarvey, so was James Miller, so was Quintez Brown, so are the Stoner twins who also worked there. Like, there's enough problems out of Manual that warrant an investigation. So that speech that I played for you earlier was a reminder that I had spoken to them in the 2020 board meeting. I haven't even played that for you yet. What I want to do next is play the conversation that took place the following day, I think it was, after I got voted off the PTA board. I went to another community forum held at Maupin. Joe Leffert was there, the principal was there, and Kim Kent was there, and so I'm going to pick up where I asked to see if I could speak with them, which is right about here. That was March 6th, 2017. Okay, I tried to start here, but okay. committed a conspiracy to commit fraud. I don't know who to tell, because I already told everybody. Can't get any. As if they've never, ever, ever been disingenuous. Little bitty overstep. I'm the only one who apologizes for. Punished for. While they were so worse. Harkins committed fraud. All right, that's probably. So I caught Hargens sending an email to the Department of Education, Teddy Holiday at the time, chair, and she told them that Maupin was going to be discontinuing their Waldorf program, and then she had the SBDM vote on it. So the order of events were backwards, and I exposed that, and that was one of the reasons why they didn't want me continuing to come, because I was not letting go of things like that, because the parents were continuing to be taken advantage of and lied to, and so that's just who I am. I just stay on stuff like that. Sorry, but it's true. And then I wanted to say a couple other things. I talked about the teachers union and the parallels and the crossover. Both organizations have had 25 years. Not currently, they've all groomed their replacements by now, but 25 years of the same president and the same family members, and it was family deep. Like with the PTA, it was Heather Wampler, her husband Brian Wampler. He was also on the executive board. Sharon Whitworth traveled with them, so it's always them plus Sherry Dymar. I liked Sherry. I just think that she didn't have enough strength in her voice to tell them to stop doing things, but she still liked going on the trips and stuff. Eddie Squires. His mom was the president of the PTA at PRP for like 25 years also, and then he graduated from PRP and then became the PTA president. Even though he's never had any kids, he just continued dominating whatever his mom had done there all those years, and then he also served as one of the ones that did all the traveling. So all those names that I just named were pretty much in charge of PTA for a good 20 years. Heather's dad was on it when I first got on. He was in charge of the recycling fundraising program. He just up and quit one day and took the recycling money with him and all the ability to bring in revenue off of that program. And she was just like, yeah, don't get me started. And that was the end of that discussion. Her son, once he got old enough, he was on the board for a little bit. We have Autumn Nagel, who might still be running things. She kind of came on around the same time I came on, but was real efficient at making sure that I didn't have any additional power or influence in any of the things that I tried to do, including what you heard about stopping the charter school legislation from decimating our public school system. And this was in 2017. I started Save Our Schools Kentucky in 2016. And they fought me every step of the way because they were there for the privatizers. It's becoming more and more clear. I don't know why you guys can't see it, but maybe one day we'll get a hearing and we'll get a trial for all these things. I'm not going to give up. They've really just outdone themselves. So we're just going to keep exposing. The parallels between the union and the PTA, also all that duty of loyalty stuff, and passing bylaws changes to remove people once they've been removed, prevent them from serving. Not only did they do that to me, they did that to Kenyatta Dean Bacon after she tried to run, or actually when she ran and won the teachers union election, but they failed to give her the proper ballot count and the recount, and we caught them. We actually have pictures of them loading up boxes of probably ballots, whether they're fraudulent or not. Why did they need to load them up in their car moments after an election challenge was filed? Nobody knows. In the dark of night, no less. So yes, we have pictures of file decks, boxes, the same within less than 24 hours from when the ballot challenge was filed by the candidate whose election was stolen, and that who requested a recount and was simply told by those in power that one was not possible or didn't exist or whatever, and then those ballots disappeared. So yes. Also, keep in mind, I was a volunteer. I am a volunteer. I have been a full-time volunteer for the last 12, 14 years doing this work. I've received a few small grants, $10,000 max per year, to fund some of the printing costs and maybe buy somebody a meal or put money in their gas tank or print the signs that we took to the rallies and things like that. T-shirts, you may have seen some of the t-shirts we did with that grant money. So, but I spend more than that every offset some of those expenses, especially since my husband did not approve of me spending any of our money on these causes. And doing so has and continues to create a great deal of strife in my life and my family and my marriage, I should say, in particular. The rest of my family is fine with it. But, you know, with this election challenge, ballot challenge, forcing some information to be revealed prior to when I was safe and ready, that's creating some problems for me. But we'll see. You'll see. It's all going to be made clear when we get to court and when we get our hearings out in the open. And I'm ready for this. I'm so tired of the lies and them continuing to just do the same harmful things worse every year and get away with it. And also, I've been hearing that the FBI is here, that the martial law is coming, that Trump is coming with his National Guard to not only lock us down, but to rip open all of the scandals and all of the crimes that have been happening under Mitch McConnell's protection. And so this feels very much like what I've been talking about and what Kendrick has been talking about are the same things, just from different angles, and it's now all coming together. And so speaking of being removed and having bylaws, emergency meetings with bylaws changes, PTA did one of those where they wouldn't even let me have an opportunity to be present and represent myself. It's kind of like Kendrick's court hearing on Thursday. But also they were going to make me sign something that in order to have a hearing and be reinstated, that I had to agree not to discuss what was decided in my hearing. And if I did say anything disparaging about the PTA, I could be fined $1,000 per instance. So me as a volunteer, and not only putting my own money, but spending my own time and foregoing a salary. I could be paid by real people to do this work, right? I've been foregoing all of this in order to just try to make a dent in the right direction while fighting my co-workers and co-board members and co-officers and co-allies every step of the way, and risking financial ruin if I agree to things that have no purpose in a volunteer organization. And Pinky was right that her fears are very right, and they should be revisited even to this day, because Pinky was also at Manual High School. She was PTA president at Manual High School for quite some time. You guys remember her, right? So I just want to say all of that before I move on to the next video, because it's relevant and it needs to be included in what I'm trying to put together is a comprehensive list of files and documents and testimonies that can be conveyed in one place in short order, so that we can get these investigators, who are apparently already here, off to the right, with the right people in their ear, and to know who they can and can't trust, because there are a lot of people in positions of power that are going to pretend to be on our side, and they've already proven that they're not. They've already proven who they are. So, on that note, I'm going to start the next thing. I spoke at a board meeting. I don't remember the exact date on this. I uploaded it 7 years ago, it says. I think it was after what happened at PTA, but then it happened again with the teachers union, and it's about external organization oversight. So, and by the way, the PTA sued to stop me from having access to open records because they had more information that they had to hide, or they were paranoid I was going to do something other than just do what's right for kids. And why aren't they doing what's right for kids is the real question. Why aren't they doing all this? But do you hear all that shooting and bombing? It's just right outside my window, and it's really annoying. And I'm out in the country because I came out here to be safe, but I don't know if someone's harassing me nearby or if it's just a coincidence. But I'm going to go check that out while I play this next video for you. It's only 3 minutes long. 3 minutes and 28 seconds. It can apply to any of these groups. back to James Craig and his challenge of whether or not I live in District 3. This was recorded at a public meeting that he was present, and I called it James and the Giant Reach. It's an old one, but he's still reaching, just so you know. They just went from 7 to 5, so this concentration of money and power compared to Metro Council just got more extreme. And this is why we have a target on our back. Turns out it was right wing and left wing. I just didn't know it at the time. Or they've infiltrated both sides. I don't think there is a side. I think whoever they are has infiltrated both sides, and neither side is true. James has been waiting for a chance to sue me. Like him, why didn't they help me expose him? Not him. Is that it? So they moved Steve into District 3. Steve Ullum, who they got in there to run. He got more votes than I did, but he was a Tea Party MAGA, book burners, which caused James to lean more towards the book burners to earn their votes. definitely scheming. I'm going to pause this for a second just to explain what you're about to see. You can tell that James is actively engaged in a text message exchange with someone who's watching the developments of this particular meeting. Also, because James is the one who makes the motion and has a specific interest in the redivision choice that they go with, and that particular choice ends up moving Steve Ullum into his district, and then Steve ends up running against him from that seat. Either James is very stupid and got played, which wouldn't surprise me because he's more cocky than he is good, or they wanted Steve to run in that race because they knew I was also going to run in that race, and they needed someone more extreme and right-wing than me or than him because I was going to make him look like the right-wing candidate. And a right-wing candidate is definitely not going to get the votes in Jefferson County and also be able to explain it. So putting Steve on the ballot as a further right opponent actually helped James win in a more convincing way. And you can see how many votes that he drew off of James so that James didn't have to be the right-wing extremist. So just watch how interested and engaged he is in making this happen, regardless if it was on purpose or because he was played. 4 years ago. November 3rd this time, but everything else is the same. I have to go before judge to defend my right to be on the ballot, trying to take your right to vote for the best candidate. To show you, I do have the speech I made to the February of 2020, but I am a lot of time I need to get some other things done. I definitely have pulled together the most important things that are related to what's going on right now. The fact that my race is being challenged, that there might be a special election for Mitch's seat, and there's a wild card possibility as to who's going to be put into that role, if anyone, kind of crosses over into my race. So I think it's just one of those things that it's a sign that this is all happening for a reason, and we are where we're supposed to be right now, and we are much more important and powerful in this whole situation and scenario. You heard Kendrick say that he thought that the reason JD was here was because of him. I think that's entirely possible. I think that the stuff that we know that they are about to unravel, and how much of it we do know, is related, whether it's because of us or others, just facts. Just the fact that Mitch's um, seat is now no longer protected, and Elaine Chao no longer has her clause on getting him to do what the Chinese bidding, and Trump saying that the Chinese have interfered with our elections. I think all the beans are about to be spilled, and I think it does have something to do with why Kendrick is incarcerated and why these things have also happened to me, and the fact that he and I both continue to expose them, I think is very relevant to the whole situation. I'm going to end with one last thing. I'm going to take it back to, whoops, I just unplugged something, it's alright. I'm going to take this back to the morning of July 17th, the day after. It was actually wee hours. It was 2:30 in the morning, in the wee hours of Friday after Kendrick's hearing, and after Kendrick revealed, you may recall on one of my earlier videos today, during my 2 live streams, there's this live stream and the other one, so if you're still with us all the way through, I need you to make a comment. I want you to put some fire emojis. Fire emojis in the comments to let me know you made it all the way through. If you are watching this, whether it's a live or a replay, and you're hearing the closing out of this 2 live stream marathon, because that's what it is. I got other stuff I want to show you, but don't worry, I'll get a chance. I'm going to put together a nice little USB drive, and people can order it. And it'll have all these things in date order, along with a description of what it is that you're receiving. And then I'm also putting together binders. What's his name? Had binders of women. I got binders of evidence, and they're going to be topical and related, and you can order those as well. They're copies of the actual complaints that I have filed over the years, and or open records that are damning, that people are wanting to get their hands on as this entire decades-long hostage situation of JCPS in particular unfolds. And there's giant, oh goodness, now leaving, thank goodness. Bye. So, this is a FBI complaint that I turned in, and it involves more information about the death threat that Kendrick mentioned on my live. It names names. A lot of the names you've already heard, like Judge Coron and Duncan Varda and Brett Hankison. And I think we talked about John Marshall and David Yates and Daniel Cameron and Craig Greenberg. And Quintez Brown is not listed on here as one of the predators, but he is listed on here as one of the political prisoners. And I'm not even sure what to make of James Miller. They shut him down so fast and ruined his life, even though he didn't spend but 3 months in jail. They certainly took everything else away from him. They let the white people off a lot easier than they do the black people, though. So here we are as well. They have tortured and abused him. They violated his civil and constitutional rights. They've poisoned him, framed him, lied on him, tampered with evidence. And we have thousands of examples and witnesses and proof. The evidence that's most urgent was live streamed on Dear JCPS beginning on 7/16/26 at 10 a.m. and again on the G. Shea Perry Adelman for U.S. Congress Facebook pages. He is on wanting to get a meeting with Andy Bashir or Donald Trump, so that he or someone from their teams, so that he can present this evidence that's being clouded in any attempt to present the facts to the people who actually need to know. He claims to have intel on people who have threatened to kill the president, which was shared on the live stream and again on YouTube around 11:18 on the Potcake Island channel. There is some additional info only he can share. His life is in danger by the police, jail, and court systems. I'm also a target of criminal political retaliation and request immediate investigation into James Craig and the entire Board of Education, past and present, to include Hargans and Polio. That is my FBI complaint that I spent hours in the parking lot filling out. I started at 2:30 and I think I got it turned in closer to 4 or 4:30, and I got home in the wee hours of the morning, and then I had to file a protective order against someone else, completely not mentioned in this complaint or report, but I have a handler, and that person has revealed themselves to me, and it's there's really just no other way to explain these events. So I had to report my handler. I don't know what else to say. But thank you for watching. I have to keep myself safe. I have to protect myself. And even this choppy sounding threat to the president, when Kendrick was really just trying to sound the alarm, could be misconstrued. So people need to watch it and have the whole interpretation from start to finish, and not say, oh, well, there was a threat to the president on her page and that's why she's in jail. That's what they do, though. That's how they twist it. So I am just getting it out there to protect myself. I filed it with the FBI to protect myself. I filed a protective order against people who are trying to prevent me from protecting myself, who want me to stay vulnerable, who want me to stay gaslit, who want me to just be quiet and not continue to expose the criminals. Maybe they were paid off. Maybe they've always been my handler, or maybe they were just recently convinced that I am the one that needs to be stopped, and not the people that are actually in power doing the things. So I just have a nice, almost decade-long history of the corruption that has happened on my watch and Kendrick's watch, because his is the most pressing and urgent, but it all comes full circle now. As Danny Sheehan said, the chickens are coming home to roost. The chickens are here. Disclosure Day is here. Join Citizens for Disclosure, the local Kentucky chapter,